Hold on. Hey Lynn, how you been? Guys, I did it! Did you do all that? Oh, you probably can. I think you can. Probably not, actually. A second thought, probably not. Maybe if I showed you most of the times how to do it, you could. Manual and HST. Eventually, this is going to be inside, but it's going to be, is it going to be in 2 hours? Is it in 2 hours? What are we doing until then? I gotta get Simon to eat a little bit more. I'll be right back. Damn it, I didn't hear that fucking trombone or whatever the hell it was until I came back in here. What the fuck are they listening to circus music for? You guys can hear it. This is that area where that dude, like, wants to join, ain't it? What would Nancy Guthrie do, you know? Always ask yourself. WWNGD, baby. It's more than a movement. It's a way of life. Ain't nothing happening right now. But they haven't found shit out. The family is now offering $1 million reward. On the red dress. What is that, Bill Bard? Everybody's so important there. Everyone that walks in this area here are the important people. Everybody else unimportant. Are they allowed to walk in that aisleway, I wonder? The people that are on like the other side of the rope, are they told, do not step over the rope or you will be tackled? Is it? I don't know. I think this is old. Yeah, who's the tallest one? How did they decide that? Looks like this one is the tallest one. I don't know who it is. They should be all the same height for them. Maybe they're lifelike. They look about lifelike, because this dude standing here looks about as big as this one. Is this Abraham Lincoln, maybe? Is he our tallest president? Is it Obama? Dude, if it wasn't Obama, that's hilarious. It's gotta be Obama, right? Abraham Lincoln. 6'4". Lyndon Johnson was second at 6'3.5". Wow. Donald Trump is third. What the hell? We fucking elected a short black dude? I didn't know that. That's really interesting. Let's team up. What? What? You're fighting crime together? You're gonna be vigilantes. I'm ready. I gotta do some push-ups. I need a sandwich first, though. We are Jackie Chan. What does that mean? Oh, because somebody said we are Charlie Kirk. Oh, it's too loud. Fine. Is that better? How did the audio have anything to do with you answering the question? With what you're talking about? You couldn't hear me say, what are you talking about? Was that loud? I just want to hear me chew, dude. That's a good point, Hop Nuts. Most of us do our own stunts, so it's like we're all more like Jackie Chan than Donald Trump is. Ray doesn't do all the stunts. If there's a stunt in a movie, has he ever had a stunt? You ever had a stunt double? I need to know more about this. There is no credible evidence that Donald Trump has ever used a stunt double in films, TV appearances, wrestling events, or public life. Well, there you go. He's Jackie Chan too. Wow. There were fucking conspiracy theories that Trump was using a stunt double. WWE's 2007 Battle of the Billionaires, Trump participated personally in press stunts and shaves. What does that mean, in shaves? What do they shave? His head? The loser's head to be shaved. Oh, Trump shaved McMahon's head. Trump threw punches at McMahon during the chaos, solidifying the theatrical. Wrestling. You better believe Trump didn't shave his head. Hell, you can pay him enough for that, probably. He's addicted to sex, dude. So like he needs his hair, or he's gonna feel like he's not as good in the sack. He doesn't drink, he doesn't do drugs, he fucks, man. He fucking. He probably can't even nut without his hair. He'd be feeling all self-conscious about it. It feels like it, doesn't it? Really cares about that little piece he's got left. Pretty good hair though for his age. He's probably had some work done. Because he had liposuction in the 80s. Because he started getting love handles. So was it the 70s? One of the two. The flat nose. Did Trump have Facebook? Well, there's no confirmed evidence of it. Oh, but rumors stem primarily from 1990 divorce disposition by his ex-wife Ivana Trump, who alleged he underwent the procedure on his chin and waist in 1989. He's denied these claims, including the associated scalp reduction surgery. Interesting, because both those, like this is going on to say, were in the movie The Apprentice. He didn't get his hair done either. We did. Sweepy's up. Doobie doobie doo. And March time. Wait here.
And say, and I empathize with that, but I think as long as he continues to focus on the economy and messages it in the right way, he'll have a very successful second year, as successful as the first.
Yeah, Congresswoman Mace, but what does that mean, right? Because price of beef is still expensive. Price of heating your home, if you have natural gas, coffee's still expensive. Other prices have come down. Eggs have come down. Gas has come down. Get that. But voters are telling us it still feels very expensive to live in America.
Well, it is. I mean, the cost of living is very high, even in the state of South Carolina, because of all the growth we've had. We're the fastest growing state in the country. I will tell you right now, I think there are other, things at play, particularly with the energy market, for example. Data centers are eating up a lot more energy today than they were even 5 years ago. And who pays that bill? Often, depending on it state by state, it might be the consumer. I think there are states like Florida, Tennessee, Georgia, North Carolina, and Virginia that are looking at how do we make sure we don't saddle those prices with just consumers only. How do data centers pay their fair share, for example? These are all things that people that are governor or running for governor need to address with voters, because the cost of energy is skyrocketing right now in every state across the country. But I think there are other issues at play as well that we have to consider.
Yeah. How do you explain to your voters back in South Carolina what we're trying to do in Iran? The president says we decimated the nuclear program months ago in Iran. So why is there a military buildup, and why are we threatening war with Iran right now? How do you explain that to voters in South Carolina?
Well, number one, if anyone can bring peace to the Middle East, I believe it's President Trump. He's been very good at negotiating deals with foreign nations, but there is no peace in the Middle East if Iran has a nuclear warhead. So I'm hoping and praying that the negotiations happening right now with the Iranian regime will not escalate to a war. And if that happens, of course, Congress has the war powers, and Congress has to approve any war that we might have with another country. But if we're talking about surgically going in, whether it was like Soleimani or Maduro, for example, getting in and out, having no troops on the ground, or getting out very quickly, that's very different. A strike is different from going to war. And I believe the president's heart is in the right place, and I hope that he can bring peace, and we'll see how the negotiations end.
Does it worry you that America First has sort of morphed in less than 2 years to include other countries, some of them, yes, are neighboring countries, but even countries like Iran, which are across oceans?
Well, look at how many people, 50 to 100,000
innocent
protesters have been murdered and executed in the streets of Iran right now. The Iranian people want a non-nuclear democratic country of Iran, and they're fighting it as hard as they can. But there are some grave concerns about the nuclear capabilities of Iran in the Middle East. If they get a weapon, our allies in the Middle East, they don't want to speak on the record, but I know in backroom conversations they are deeply concerned, because if Middle Eastern countries are prosperous, there will be no war. And so how do we make that happen in the Middle East? And I do believe that President Trump is the only person who can get that deal done, and we'll see what happens in the next couple of days. And I pray that there's no war, but I also pray for the people of Iran that they can find peace and they can find their freedom sooner rather than later.
Congresswoman Mace, we thank you for your time. We thank you for talking to us tonight here on Top Story. Let's get a pulse check now on how Americans are feeling as we head into the President's State of the Union address. Our very own Steve Kornacki, a good friend to the broadcast, joins us now. Steve, walk us through the President's approval rating right now. We're going to break down some other issues with you as well.
Yeah, Tom, I mean, big picture for President Trump. This is his approval rating, an average of every poll that's out there right now. He's sitting at 40% approval, majority disapproval, you see right here. And I think what's most striking about this is if you look back at this exact same point in Trump's first term, the start of 2018, the midterm year then, look where he was. He was also at a 40% approval rating. So he's in the same boat as he was then. And, of course, what happened then in 2018 for the Republicans, they lost 4 40 seats. They lost control of the House. That was a bad midterm for them. And on that front here, you take a look. This is the generic ballot. We're always asking folks, which party do you want to see control Congress? Heading into this year's midterms, Democrats right now with an advantage of 5 points over Republicans.
That,
back in 2018.
These are the same people that said Kamala Harris was going to win.
It was 7 points for Democrats, so looking somewhat similar to that. And you broaden it out. It's not just Trump versus his first term. Trump's number right now, that 40% approval rating, that is basically in line with Biden, Trump in his first term, Obama in 2014, Obama 2010, George W. Bush 2006. These are all presidents who in these midterm elections, Tom, saw their party lose control of at least one chamber of Congress.
All right, Steve, break down some of the issues here. Can we look at the economy and anything else you have there on your magic board?
Yeah, so you see that 40% overall approval rating for Trump. One thing we saw in his first term was it varied a bit on some issues. Take a look, though, here, when you're taking a look here at the economy, a 40% approval rating for Trump, specifically on the economy right now. In his first term, this was actually one of his strengths. He had a 50% approval rating on the economy at this point in his first term. It's 10 points lower this time. Voters consistently saying this is their top issue, the economy and the cost of living. And Trump's signature issue, arguably, his entire time on the national stage the last 10 years, immigration and the border. And here you see, look, a 43% approval rating for Trump. Again, majority disapproval. You look where this number was in his first term here. Again, that is a low number for him on an issue he's tried to make the centerpiece. So the economy and immigration, Trump in a tough spot on both of those issues. And one other thing we can show you here, Tom, some key groups. Young voters, Hispanic voters, and independents. And if you think back to the 2024 campaign when Donald Trump won and he won the popular vote, he did surprisingly well with all three of these groups. You take a look at what his job approval rating with each of those groups is now, 29, 30, 29%. Again, a year ago with these same groups, it was significantly higher. So he's had slippage with some of those groups he really appealed to, developed a sort of surprising strength within 2024. The polling right now indicates there's a lot of skepticism and doubt with those same voters.
Steve, let me throw you a curveball here. Anything positive in the data or the polls that we have seen for President Trump or Republicans? I ask that because I know there's been some polls out there that show Americans don't trust the Democrats more than the Republicans right now to handle the economy. So you wonder if the Democrats are just going to run anti-Trump. Is there anything else they should run on? Is there anything Republicans should be running on as well?
You know, Tom, it's interesting. It's weird to say this, but where do Republicans draw their inspiration when it comes to this midterm election? It would be the last president. It would be Joe Biden of all people. Why? Because, look, Trump's approval rating's 40% right now. Joe Biden's was 41% at this point in 2022. Democrats did lose the House in 2022, but look at that number. That means the Democrats lost 9 seats in 2022. That's actually the lowest, the smallest amount of defeat that a White House party has had in any of these midterm elections. So, Democrats, they lost the House, but it wasn't catastrophic in 2022. I think when Republicans look at all of these sort of big picture indicators that are so difficult for them right now, if they were able to hold they want to control the House, but if they were able to hold their losses to single digits and say you have at least a fighting chance at the House, I think they would sign up for that right now. And one of the reasons for that, why it wasn't as bad for Biden as it was for some of the others, the battlefield really has narrowed over the years when it comes to House districts. You hear about gerrymandering. Yeah. You hear about the rise of polarization, people really picking sides and sticking with those sides. So weirdly enough, Joe Biden was in bad political shape in 2022, but the House losses were single digits. Republicans, in some ways, draw inspiration from that.
Steve Kornacki, we're going to talk to you more later throughout the night. We thank you so much. I want to get right over to Capitol Hill and Julie Sirkin, who's there reporting live for us tonight just before the State of the Union. Julie, give us a sense of the energy there in Capitol Hill and some of the things people are talking about and looking out for.
Tom, so that room that you see on your screen, that's called Statuary Hall. Down the middle is where members of Congress are starting to shuffle in. I was just over there. The energy, the vibes, they are high at this point in the night, at least among Republicans. We haven't seen many Democrats. A number of them are planning to skip the speech, as you went over with Senator Kelly and others that you spoke to. But Republicans are taking selfies. We saw members of the U.S. men's hockey team come over, take pictures with leadership, hold their medals to reporters. And you see guests start coming in as well. We know there are a number of them that are reflective of a number of issues Democrats wish to highlight that the president could be vulnerable in. But there are also guests from the White House. We saw members of the cabinet start to stream in, his cabinet secretaries, the president that is. So a big night shaping up in just about an hour from now, but a lot of energy in that room you see there.
Any special guests you've already seen pop by before we turn it over to more special reporting?
Hey, there's what's his name, though.
Any special guests you're seeing already?
Well, there's a big focus, Tom, as you've been talking about all hour, all evening, on survivors of Epstein's horrific crimes. We also know that in the chamber, typically Republicans and Democrats stick to their sides of the aisle, but we know that Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, a Democrat and Republican, really behind that effort to force those files to come to light. They're going to sit together to try and draw attention to this issue. We also know that a number of Democrats who are not skipping this speech are bringing guests to reflect the issue of immigration enforcement. They're trying to sort of poke holes and put into the spotlight issues that maybe the president may not be performing so well in terms of his poll numbers, as you saw Steve break down there. But there are also going to be guests that Republicans are bringing in. The hockey team that I mentioned, of course, we've been watching them all day at the White House. We saw them taking pictures, posing with Speaker Mike Johnson. They visited with some members beforehand. A lot of excitement to have them here for that today. But of course, a big night ahead and a long speech as we're getting ready to hear from the president.
Julie Sirkin, part of our massive team out there at the Capitol Hill, covering every angle of the State of the Union tonight. We thank you for watching this special edition of Top Story.
Everybody ending right now? What is happening?
We have so much more coverage coming up. We want you to stay right there because Hallie Jackson and Kristen Welker are picking up our special State of the Union coverage right now.
Your news source. It is my music.
Live from the nation's capital. We're just minutes from now. We will see the president making his way down Pennsylvania Avenue to the building behind me. The president set to present his vision for America's future to Congress, to invited guests, and of course to all of you, the millions watching at home. Our special coverage begins right now.
This is an NBC News special.
Oh, this makes it feel more special.
Now, live from Washington, here is Hallie Jackson.
Capitol with Sagar Meghani,
the State of our Union tonight.
AP White House correspondent. Sagar, it's good to be back with you.
To watch now.
Back, very, very different spots.
We're in a different spot tonight. Sagar and I have done a couple different live streams for AP, but this is the first time that we've been here in.
We expect to be an optimistic view of the economy from him tonight. Expect to hear his affordability plan, his next move on tariffs. Immigration, that is also a big theme as we're in this Homeland Security shutdown. So will the president agree to any changes to ICE, for example? And then, of course, there's Iran. With the region on edge, will the president make a case for a possible strike? All of it is setting the tone for the kickoff to this midterm year, which may be a challenge because of the numbers you're about to see here. Most Americans say they disapprove of the president. So for him to buck history and stop a slide for his party come November, that could be an uphill climb. We have every angle covered tonight. I'm serious.
It's crazy shit.
Look at all these cameras. We're going to have the arrivals, the hot mics, the president. Here's the White House. He's going to leave the White House any minute. We'll have that for you live.
Oh, it's one
Here's
TV.
Statuary Hall at the Capitol, just steps from where we're standing. We've got our reporters. We've got lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, plus a superstar team with me here in studio, including Kristen Welker and Peter Alexander, and the political insiders to help us pull back the curtain.
Aren't they, over at NBC? They're trying to stay relevant.
All the action. We've got Dave Gutierrez posted up at the White House. Ryan Nobles on Capitol Hill. Ryan, to you first, my friend. What's it like on the ground where you are? What are the expectations? Set them for us.
Well, at this time of night before State of the Union, Hallie, there's obviously a ton of anticipation and excitement around the chamber. I'm in Statuary Hall right now, just feet from where President Trump will deliver his State of the Union here in the next hour or so.
Does he have this ribbon on for Nancy Guthrie?
One of the things that people are most anticipating is the appearance of the U.S. Olympic hockey team, which we have already spotted. They were in the rotunda just a few minutes ago taking pictures with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. They are now in the Speaker's office. One of the things that we aren't exactly sure of is how they will appear during this speech, how they will be honored. They were obviously late adds to this speech, the president inviting them during their locker room celebration after the game on Sunday. And there was some question as to where they could be fit in. All of the seats, all the tickets in the gallery were already accounted for. They can't come to the floor of the chamber because it is an active session that's taking place place while the president delivers his speech. So Speaker Mike Johnson has hinted at some of the ways that we may see and hear from them throughout the speech, but it is certainly one of the most anticipated aspects of this speech here tonight. Other than that, this is going to be about President Trump setting the groundwork for his agenda heading into the midterm elections. Obviously, his approval rating has taken a bit of a hit in his first year of this second term in office. And one of the big questions that we'll be looking for tonight is how he addresses the question of affordability. That continues to be the #1 issue on the minds of Americans. Will he try and convince people that things are okay and they just need to be patient, or will he map out a plan for the economy going forward? Hallie?
Ryan Noble,
next time we see you, you're going to be in a little headset
sitting up in the gallery, so we'll be looking for you in a couple of minutes. I'll let you get over to it. Gabe Gutierrez, let me go to you there on the White House North Lawn. No excerpts, I don't think, from the president's speech yet, but give us a sense of what we might hear from President Trump.
Well, Hallie, first I want to take you inside the White House right now and a little bit behind the curtain. In the briefing room right now, the staff of the White House is playing a claymation.
I wish he would stop suing the federal government, though.
Next to a rolling list of his accomplishments. That's something they're also pushing out online. Certainly an acknowledgement by the administration.
America.
They're trying to win this.
And on behalf of our members and our co-hosts, the Midas Touch Network, it is my privilege to welcome you to the People's State of the Union.
What the fuck is this dumb shit?
Some of you may know
I don't even recognize any of
giving
them.
a State of the Union address, or at least a report, is part of the job of the president. It's constitutionally required. So in a great shift, Donald Trump is following the law tonight.
Surprise!
So why are we boycotting? Why are we boycotting the State of the Union? We're boycotting because we know that Donald Trump's State of the Union will bear no resemblance to what's actually happening in this country today.
Yes.
He will lie, distort, and ignore the real stories. He's not going to talk about the killings of innocent people. He's not going to talk about the thousands of people who are afraid every day because of ICE roaming their streets. He's not going to talk about the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. And he will not talk about the millions of people who've lost their health care on his watch. But move on, members. The millions of people who've been protesting at No King's protests, the American people, we know the true state of our union. We've seen it and we're living it, and it is not normal. We've asked our leaders this last year, don't treat this like business as usual. Fight for us. Folks, tonight, we're coming out swinging. And we're making history.
Look at how many women
with the
there
largest
are.
organized boycott
Look at the
of any State
percentage
of the
of
Union
fucking
ever.
women on the stage right now, homies. Why did we ever give them the right to vote?
Members of Congress and their dads.
Strong-armed us, man. They were holding their vaginas hostage after World War I think.
They represent millions more. They represent all of us. I want to personally thank our members of Congress here tonight for your act of defiance, for breaking a norm to stand up for our values. And I want to thank our special guests, who you're going to hear from tonight, for your courage. You represent the best of America, and you make us all want to be brave. This moment is only possible because of people's bravery. The first boycott of the State of the Union was conducted by the founders of the Congressional Black Caucus during the Nixon administration.
Black Caucus.
We honor the millions of patriots who've turned out over the last year in marches across this country.
Patriots. It's interesting how they're calling themselves patriots now.
Who's risked something, who's cared for a neighbor, even when it was safer to do nothing. That courage led the way to this moment.
Losers looking for attention.
We have to make sure that the road doesn't stop here. We need you, everybody joining us here on the Capitol Mall tonight, and everybody watching online. Come to the March 28th No Kings protest and stand up for this country. Before I introduce our hosts for tonight, I just want to give a special thanks to all of the people behind the scenes who helped to make tonight happen. Move On staff, the staff who serve our congressional representatives and senators here tonight, our partners, thank you so much. This is no small task to put on a historic event to fight for our country.
This is a historic event.
And now, I'd like to introduce you to our hosts, independent journalists Joy Reid and Katie Fang. And while they come to the stage,
oh, Joy Reid, what a treat!
I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for being brave, and I want to thank you for being a part of building the America we can all be proud of.
I don't recognize any of them, including her. There she is.
Hello, everybody. Good evening, everyone.
This cultural appropriation blonde hair shit she got going on.
That's right. Come on, I am Joy Reid, host of The Joy Reid Show.
And I'm Katie Fang, host of the Katie Fang News Channel.
And we are both exes of the artist formerly known as MSNBC. We are so excited to be here. Please give one more round of applause to these members
of Congress.
Hey. Oh, those were members of Congress.
The reason that I am so excited to be here is that, as we just heard from the wonderful folks at Move On and Midas Touch, please give them a round of applause. It takes courage to stand out.
It does. And look, if you turn around and you look amongst us, it's not just the people that are here. It's hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people in the United States and across the world.
Yo, we gotta watch the agents. They're taking over the planet.
They need the courage and the bravery of our members of Congress and our electeds to make sure that democracy is defended.
Indeed. And so tonight we are not going to hear a false State of the Union. We are going to hear the true state of our union from the people who are being impacted by the policies that are taking place at the hands of someone who has demonstrated no love for the Constitution, for the truth, or for the care and concern of the American people. It's much more important to hear what people are truly facing and going through. That's what you're going to hear tonight.
The American people deserve the truth. They do not need more lies from this regime. So tonight you are going to hear people that have been impacted directly by the bullshit of this administration.
And because I'm also a church girl. Sorry, George, for my language. Oh no, I'm a cussing Christian, sis. It's all good. I'm a cussing Christian. But we want to start off this night by doing something that I think is so important, Katie.
What does that mean?
And that is reclaiming the Christian voice from white Christian nationalism.
Curse and you're Christian?
It threatens our freedom, but also threatens a very important faith throughout this world. Christianity is not what you have been sold by Project 2025. So
what the fuck is Project 2025?
Invocation, meaning we're going to invoke the spirit of freedom, liberty, and justice. Please put your hands together.
I've never even
for
looked
the
at any of
Reverend
it.
Paul Brandeis Rauschenbusch.
Rauschenbusch? A Jewish person? Oh my God, that's a scar.
Thank you, Joy and
That's
Katie.
amazing. This guy looks retarded.
Hello, everybody. Hello, America. Let me start by saying that my soul
He's got acromegaly or
is so
something,
glad
though.
to be here with the People's State of the Union.
The guy that was in the back the whole time?
As the president of Interfaith Alliance and as a Baptist minister with good news. We, the people, have the power. Is that good news? All across America, people of diverse faiths and beliefs are showing up, are speaking out, and are proving that love for our neighbors and commitment to our democracy will prevail against the cruelty, immorality, and authoritarianism of this administration.
All ice. It's all fucking ice is all he's talking about, right?
Plainly, as an American and as a Baptist minister, the Trump administration is the most hostile to religious freedom in generations.
Religious freedom?
They
Because of Muslims?
attack any religious leader or community not in lockstep with their political agenda. The White House,
who besides the Muslims
Pentagon,
that they went after?
the Department of Justice, and ICE have weaponized religion for their white Christian nationalist crusade, which attempts to define who is a true American, conveniently made in their own image, and relegate all the rest of us
illegal
to
immigrant?
second-class status.
Oh.
While President
What is he talking about?
famously prayed to be on God's side, Trump instead blasphemously boasts that God
wait, where
is
did my
in
other one
fact
go?
on his side. In
Motherfuckers,
Trump's
been fighting in my
mind,
lap and shit.
God is little more than a divine mascot for his political team.
Well said.
But enough about that unpopular man. Tonight we will focus and celebrate the people of America. Tonight we will recognize all those to whom harm has been done. But we will also give thanks for the brave witness of the faith and community leaders in Minnesota, in Chicago, in Portland, and here in Washington, D.C., and in towns large and small everywhere across America who are standing up against the abuse and inhumanity of ICE. We give thanks for every single person around this country who has put their faith or values into action by resisting government-sanctioned cruelty with moral courage and solidarity with our neighbors from every background.
He keeps licking.
We give thanks
It's not even on. It's just
to God
there. He likes the
for the
plastic.
power and the promise of love, and what Dr. King called the beloved community that is both coming and present now if we choose to make it real in our democracy. I believe we are in the midst of the next great awakening in America, a spiritual movement dedicated to creating a nation where every person has dignity and value, where every community and faith tradition is treated equally, and nobody gets left behind this time. We, the people, have the power out of many through love. May we be one. My friends, the spiritual state of our union is strong. So help us, God.
He's
Amen.
done. Thank God. God, he's done. Get out of here. He probably wrote it.
And y'all should be well in the spirit at this point. Is everybody
Are they
in
the
the
host
spirit?
to this thing?
That's right. We're going to call the spirit of our ancestors to make sure that we do justice on tonight. And we are going to start with one of the true fighters in the United States Senate and his very important guest. So please put your hands together for Senator Chris Murphy and...
Good evening, America. I want you first to give a big round of applause to my guest, refugee and immigrant advocate from Connecticut, Farishte Ganjave.
Where's she really from?
Okay, so I am not at the State of the Union speech tonight because Donald Trump is making a mockery of this great institution, and he doesn't deserve an audience.
Thanks, dog. Hey, sorry, I didn't see yours from the other day either. I gotta fix that. Thanks again, dog, for your generosity.
Normal times,
That's very
and
kind of
Democrats
you.
have to stop behaving normally. And I'm not at the State of the Union speech tonight because you're not going to hear about the State of the Union. You are going to hear lie after lie. You are going to hear attack after attack. You are going to see grandstanding. The true State of the Union is this. This union is in crisis right now. Our cities are under attack. by lawless law enforcement. Our democracy is wilting under ceaseless attack from a president who wants to be a despot. Millions of Americans are losing their health care because the president has chosen corruption to pad the pockets of his billionaire friends instead of helping average Americans. You're not going to hear any of that in that speech tonight. But by being here for the People's State of the Union, you are going to hear the real story of America, a story of an America that is under siege, but a story of America that is not going to take it, that is going to fight back, and is going to reclaim this country for everything that is good and right about the United States of America. Bear State is going to talk to you tonight about the state of immigrant and refugee America. ICE is out of control. It is disappearing legal immigrants. It is tear gassing elementary schools. It is murdering American citizens. Right now, as you know, the Department of Homeland Security is shut down. And I just want to be very clear with you about my position, and I think the position of many others who will stand on this stage tonight. Not one more dime to the Department of Homeland Security until they start following the law in this country. Bear State came to this country over a decade ago, coming to the United States from a refugee camp. She told me just off stage that this is the moment. This is the reason that she came here to the United States, to speak truth to power, to explain the trials and tribulations that every immigrant, that every refugee goes through.
I think I might have fixed it. I'm not sure though.
And to press this country.
I have to do something on Twitch.
I stuck in the border. Go Trump! Go Trump!
What the fuck is that?
Bear State is here to lift us up.
He didn't even shout his channel out. What a dumbass.
To understand that the best of America lies in how we treat those who have arrived to this country.
He's alive on PBS right
now. And torture and desperation. We have work to do, guys.
Out.
We have a mission that we need to complete. Hey. And I want you to welcome to the podium my friend, Bear State Conchave.
It didn't work. Thank you for... What a bummer. Thanks, Tom. DJ Hugh, but I appreciate that.
Good evening, everyone. Since arriving in the United States as a refugee in 2011, I have educated more than 7,000 refugees, especially women entering the workforce, now thriving as educators, health workers, and essential service providers, each becoming a lighthouse for others. Partnering with over 100 universities across the country and help young students launch career in embassies, public services, leadership programs, and enter to the top medical and law schools.
Yeah, I'll try one right here.
I advocated for immigration rights. I founded Elena's Light, an organization to support families in Connecticut. And I'm proud of
I'll fix the
work over the years that we did. Thank you.
One more.
I'm here today, now standing next to my favorite senator. To speak with the voice I'm so proud of. Since the recent election, my phone has not stopped ringing. Mothers have called me asking it is safe to go
what the fuck?
to my child's appointment. Women have asked if they should cancel English classes. Afghan families and many immigrant families are confused about their legal status and afraid to travel for work, even within their own states.
Okay, I fixed the sound, but now it doubles.
Fear is not abstract. It is in our classrooms. It is in our clinics. It is
What the fuck this lady's saying? She knows she wrote it with an AI.
Feel unstable.
You even know what it says.
We are living in uncertain society these days. Because of this, advocacy in Connecticut has shifted. Organizations on the ground like ours are spending more time on Know Your Rights training. Policies are shifted quickly, and we must help families with rapid response needs. Helping families with documentation for when their family members get kidnapped, and working closely with legal and health partners to support families struggling after Trump's healthcare cuts. But as hard as we try, we cannot replace health insurance. That our elderly, our children, our people with disability can no longer access. We cannot guarantee safety or peace of mind for the worker who keeps our communities running every day. This administration needs to stop separating families.
Fucking illegal immigrants are the backbone of our country. Isn't that what AOC said?
And our future generation.
They're not the fucking backbone of our country, damn it. That's a stupid fucking insane thing to say.
Our teachers and our politicians. Really, it begins to. Our community members need safety and peace.
I think we would do all right without illegal immigrants here. I think we can figure it out.
Leadership matters at the federal levels. We need real leaders. We need a
like Joe Biden, right? He was a leader.
Support
yeah.
for integration and mental
Pull him
and
into
medical
battle any
health
day.
services. And we need policies rooted in dignity and education. As families can focus on building our shared community
God,
and
Long
future.
Beach? No, I thought this was Long Beach talking over here.
Feel secure, they build. When mothers feel safe, they live. When children feel stable, they dream. And when we protect our people, we strengthen the entire nation. This is not politics. This is humanity. This is America.
How freaking deep. This is America. Oh, how brave. She is America. That's America right there. That's what America's all about right there, ladies and gentlemen. Broken English.
All right, everybody. One note. We just want to do sort of one housekeeping note. Attention, all MAGA trolls. And with apologies to the pastor who gave the invocation, your bullshit is not welcome here. And to paraphrase one of my favorite actors in the world, Robert De Niro, I'm going to slightly paraphrase him. Fuck y'all. We're here to hear the truth and to hear from impacted people, not to see or hear from you.
Bro.
So go back and pay attention to your orange lying friend.
Quoting Robert De Niro, please. And it's not even a paraphrase. It's just a
files released. Everybody say release the files.
basically like.
Coming to the stage now is Pennsylvania's Fighting
He's
12
about as
Representative Summer Lee. She is one of the
relevant as she is.
Those files. She's going to be reading a
Comes to
story
like their
from Monica
opinion.
Ruiz, the
Like,
executive director of Casa San Jose,
How
waiting
the
to
fuck
keep
did she
families
even
together
get
and reform
famous?
our unjust immigration system. All while her family is now being impacted by ICE. Representative Lee.
Boris is ruining his career, dude. That's what the movie stars should stay the fuck out of politics.
What a start to the evening. Well, good evening, one way or another. I am Summer Lee, representing Pennsylvania's 12th Congressional District, and I'm proud to stand here this evening with Move On, with organizers, with workers, and with everyday people who refuse to sit quietly while our country is pushed to the brink.
I gotta feed the cat.
Donald Trump is preparing to deliver his made-up version of the State of the Union. He's going to tell a familiar story tonight, that the economy is booming.
Maybe I won't.
That our communities are safer, and that America is communities, because corruption doesn't check your voter registration before it robs you. Well, they're terrorizing immigrant communities right now. They're cutting health care. They're gutting worker protection. They're union busting. They're handing tax breaks to billionaires and sending the bill to the rest of us. That's the con. That's the scam. And working people are done falling for it. Tonight, I was supposed to be joined by my good friend and neighbor, Monica Ruiz. Monica is a mother, a community organizer, and a powerful advocate for immigrants' rights. She was ready to bring that fight from Pittsburgh to D.C. to remind folks who and what she has been fighting for relentlessly. But right now, Monica's family is in crisis as it's being targeted by ICE. Her son-in-law, Victor, was followed by agents unprompted after he dropped his brother off at work. They pulled him over without cause. There was no traffic violation, no expired tag.
Without cause.
Just a man who
Are
looked
they
brown
Latino?
enough to be dragged to one of the worst detention centers in the country. Meanwhile, just the other day, Monica's daughter Adriana just gave birth to a baby girl who is yet to meet her father because he's been locked up by this lawless agency. Victor has been in the country for 18 years. 18 years of working to build
he had 18
a life
years
for
to figure shit out.
his loved ones, and now
then he had a kid last minute when he saw Trump was going to come into office.
Our union, where
That's
families
fucking interesting.
are being torn apart and traumatized.
Anchor baby action going on there. What's happening with that?
Democracy and the people we elect, where the government would rather protect powerful people and the Epstein files and the women and the girls who were sexually abused.
It was her heartstring
moment. We
moment.
live in a country where we have one reality for everyday people and another for the rich and the well-connected and the well-protected. We have to change that. We have to
18 years and he decides to have a kid now, right now, all of a sudden?
level the playing field and deliver justice no matter how much money you have to your name. That's why earlier today,
I'm showing up.
I'll be introducing articles of impeachment against Pam Bondi.
Who cares?
DOJ continues to obstruct justice and refusing to comply with our subpoena to release the full, unredacted Epstein files.
They can't now because they were redacted before they were like.
It was Trump who said it first, release the files. So we'll keep that call
Or
up
they
no
were
matter
processed.
what. Because where I come from in Western Pennsylvania, we
They're
know that it
saved
needs to be
redacted.
abandoned by politicians who make big promises
They can't unredact
and
something
lie
that's not there.
and deliver nothing. We know what it's like
I
when the
heard.
factories close, when the hospitals cut services, when the schools can't afford to teach, when the corporations are given permission to poison our water, our air, and our communities without consequences. And we know that no matter what language you speak, what zip code you live in, we all feel that pain, and we are all being squeezed by the same rigged system. So when Trump points the fingers at immigrants, our trans kids, our protesters, our journalists,
All right, here I go. It's
understand what
food time.
he's doing. He's trying to make
give
sure we never point the
a
finger
pill
where
to
it
us, so I gotta
belongs,
chop a
at the
pill up and-
billionaires and the corporations looting our economy, robbing our people, and buying our democracy right from under us. But here's the truth that they're afraid of. Working people are waking up. Across this country, folks are organizing labor and their money. They're refusing to be silent in the face of authoritarianism. But we know fear is their weapon, but solidarity is our power. So tonight, while Trump paints his fantasy version of America, we're grounded in America, in reality, and we're building something better. In America where we have Medicare for all, every job that pays a living wage, where no one fears being ripped away from their family. That is the America we're fighting for. And later tonight, I'll be delivering the Working Families Party response to the State of the Union, laying out exactly what it will take to build an economy and a democracy that works for all of us, not just the working few. So I'm asking you to stay engaged, stay fired up, and tune in tonight, because this is about building a movement that is big enough to defeat authoritarianism, to stand up to corporate power, and rooted in a simple belief that when working people come together across race, across geography, and across whatever lines they try to divide us by, we are unstoppable. So all power to the people, and thank you all for being here.
That's how we do it. Coming up next, a man who doesn't suffer fools from the great state of Arizona. We've got Senator Ruben Gallego. He's going to be talking about a man by the name of Steve Gomez. Steve is a father of 3 from Gilbert, Arizona, and for the last 5 years, Steve and his family have relied on the Affordable Care Act marketplace for their insurance. But let me be clear. Because of Republicans and Donald Trump's big bullshit bill, now Steve has to decide what he's going to cut to be able to afford health care for his child. Senator Ruben Gallego.
Listen, you know how important this is? I'm from Arizona. This is cold. But let's be clear what's happening there. They want to call that the State of the Union. It is the state of denial. Because what's going to happen under that Capitol is a bunch of lies. Lies that Donald Trump and the Republicans are going to tell us about how great this country is doing right now. But what is true, what is happening right now is that Donald Trump and the Republicans have made this country sicker, poorer, and less secure. Sicker, poorer, and less secure. How did it start? As soon as they got in there, what did they do? They went and they cut Medicaid and they cut food stamps. Millions of Americans right now are without health care. The poorest of our country are trying to figure out how to make ends meet and how to pay for that grocery bill because they needed an extra $1 billion for their billionaire friends. And when they had whatever money they had left over, then they used it to hire the most amount of ICE agents, to have the massive amount of deportations we have now that are also targeting U.S. citizens, racial profiling Americans, arresting Latino veterans and telling them you are not part of this country, and make them prove that they're Americans when nobody asked to prove our citizenship when they were sending us to war for this country. I know it! And more secure. Less secure. Let me tell you what else. Every day, every American is trying to figure out how to buy food, how to pay rent, how to pay that mortgage, how to get a car, and this president has done nothing to help that. $1,000 per average every American has to pay for his tax increases. And now, the corporations are going to get all their money back. Is every American going to get a refund for the $1,000 mistake that this president did? No. Not only that, he's going to double down. He's going to say, screw you, Supreme Court. I want to do 15% tax, and guess what? All of you Americans are going to pay for it. And now we have to figure out again, how are we going to pay for our rent? How are we going to pay for electricity? How are we going to actually pay for everyday food? We are poorer because of Donald Trump and the Republicans. And let's talk about security. Let's talk about security. In 2 weeks, 2 Americans were gunned down by federal masked agents. in front of our eyes, in front of your eyes, and then they try to lie to you. You saw with your own eyes 2 Americans expressing their First Amendment rights, and they said to you that they deserve to die. 2 Americans. 2,000 federal agents, mass federal agents, suppressing citizens in Minnesota, acting as if they are a military occupation. You do not military occupy anything in any part of this country. Those are U.S. citizens. They deserve the right to free speech. They deserve the right to say there's something wrong in my community, and they deserve the right to protect themselves and say, I will not stand for this. I will revoke my First Amendment rights and get out of my city. They say they are going to lie to you. And I'm not saying this just because I'm just another politician. I'm telling you because I have heard it. We talked about Steve Gomez. Steve Gomez wanted to do everything he could not to have to accept subsidies for his kids. He wants to provide. He wants to continue to have his personal business. He wants to be a responsible citizen. Now he has to make that decision. He has to make a decision right now. Will I continue to pay for this very expensive health care, or will I gamble? Will I pay for my health care, or will I pay the mortgage? That decision was forced upon him by an uncaring Republican administration, by an uncaring Trump, who only wants to find more and more money to give more and more tax cuts to the richest of the country that do not need it right now. They're making us sicker, poorer, and less secure. Let's change that, America. We are better than what is under that Capitol right now. Yeah. We can make this country, again, the best country in the world, where everyone is richer, where everyone is more secure, and we are proud of everyday work that we can say that America is getting better, will be better, and will one day be the best. Thank you so much. Stay in the fight.
How many of you remember? Well, coming to the stage is the man who had the courage, the cojones to go and find him at CTOC. And, oh, look at that. My fans are back. What I always say is, you know who I am, and I don't know who you are. That means you're a fan, you're a fan, you're a fan, you're a fan. I don't know who the hell you are, but you know me. Hallelujah. Keep on being my fan. Well, coming to the stage is the great Chris Van Hollen, Senator Chris Van Hollen of the great state of Maryland. He'll be joined by Jenna Norton, a public health scientist focused on health equity and data standards to improve health outcomes in kidney and urologic diseases. She was a lead organizer of the Bethesda Declaration, a whistleblower letter to the NIH director and members of Congress detailing this harm. In November 2025, she was placed on retaliatory administrative leave. So you're going to want to give her a major round of applause. Senator Van Hollen.
Hello, American patriots all. We are gathered here in this place because we love our country. And we know that our democracy is not on automatic pilot. And we know that we, the people, must mobilize to save it. Are you out here to save families and his billionaire buddies. A president who continues to hide portions of the Epstein files from both the survivors and the American people. When are they going to release the files? A president who wants to erase our history. Are we going to let him erase America's history? A president who promised that on day one he would bring down the costs. But instead, ever since he was sworn in, we've seen prices and costs go up on the American people, even as he refuses to extend tax cuts, tax credits that help people afford their health care. We have a president who seeks not to build a more perfect union, but one who wants to tear it down. And a president who said he would stop wars, but instead is responsible for war crimes and, as we speak, is threatening more wars. We need to stop him. We are gathered here because we know that we cannot pretend that any of this is normal, and that we will not and must not pretend that this is business as usual. We must get in the way of Donald Trump's march toward fascism. We cannot take our country down that road. And what Donald Trump wants to do is what we know all bullies do, all dictators do. He wants to intimidate all of us. He wants us to sit obediently and quietly while he lies and lies and lies to the American people. Hell no! In other words, he wants us to shut up and sit down. So I have a question for all of you patriots. Are you going to shut up? No! Hell no! Are you going to sit down? No! Hell no! We're not going to stand down. We're going to stand up just like the people in Minneapolis who have taken to the streets, who are blowing the whistle to protect their neighbors and to protect our Constitution, and who are getting in the way of the president's efforts to tear down our country. Now, look, we know Donald Trump is unpopular, and we know he knows he's unpopular. So tonight, right up that hill in the United States Capitol, he's going to pretend that he really wants to help working Americans. He's going to pretend that he does want to bring down those prices. He lies! And we know that that is not what he wants, because just a few weeks ago, when we talked about the affordability crisis, he said that was a big hoax. Do you remember? He said that was a hoax. Well, it's real. And we all need to make sure that we put forward ideas to deal with it. So, in my view, it's not enough that we hold the line against Donald Trump. That we must do. But let's face it, we also need to show the American people that we are willing to stand up and fight against big corporate special interests to the benefit of all of the American people. Are we going to do that together? Because we need to make sure that we unrig a tax code that right now favors people who make money off of money over people who earn a check through their hard work. Are we going to change that? Yeah! We need to make sure that all of you don't pay higher electric bills, so data centers that are owned by the richest corporations on the planet can make more money. Are we going to make sure that your electricity bills don't go up for them? Yeah! And we need to make sure that big oil and the biggest polluters don't pass on the check to all of us, because polluters should pay. Yeah! And we need to make sure that big tech doesn't write all the rules, that we write the rules, and we make sure that AI doesn't strip Americans of the dignity of work. Are we going to do that? Yeah! And we're going to make sure they can't snuff out the light on the Statue of Liberty. Are we right about that, my fellow Americans? So look, we have a lot of work to do. And I'm often asked by people, when's the cavalry coming? Where are they? And my message to you, and you know this because you're here, is you are the cavalry. You are we the people. I know all of you remember that right after he was sworn in, Donald Trump began his unlawful assault on hardworking federal employees. Federal employees who work every day to deliver services to the American people. You remember he brought in Elon Musk, who took out his chainsaw not to make government more efficient, but to rig the government in favor of billionaires like him. One of the people who stood up and spoke out was Dr. Jenna Norton, a career public health researcher at the National Institutes of Health. Dr. Norton blew the whistle on the outrageous actions that threaten the health and well-being of the American people. And she has been retaliated against because she was willing to stand up and tell the truth.
Where are the trannies at?
But here's what we all know. When the history of this moment is written, the politicians and the law firms and the universities and the corporations
members of the committee
who
on
appease
the
the
part of the
bullies
House to escort the
will be
President of the United
exposed
States
as
into
the
chamber.
cowards they
Gentleman
are.
from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler.
What are we doing?
The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Indiana,
And
Mrs.
everybody that's there?
Houchin. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn. The gentleman
Jenna Norton.
Is this on a tranny or what? Because I need a tranny or I'm
Thank
leaving.
you, Senator Van Hollen. I'm so honored to be here today, speaking up with so many other brave people in my personal capacity.
As members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The Senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The Senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Lankford. The Senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. And the Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
An empty seats on the dim side. The hell the justices at? They not show up? Wouldn't they normally be front row right here? What
Mr.
the
Speaker,
fuck?
the acting dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
Maybe they just show up batch number 8. They probably show up like right before he does something because they're special.
Participating here is the announcement of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Roberts, and which, if any, associate justices are there with him. Several of the justices over the years have made it clear in public that they do not like being part of the audience here. It's awkward for them for a variety of reasons. It's particularly awkward today because it was just Friday that court 6-3 invalidated the majority of the president's sweeping global tariffs, and he, boy, oh boy, the words he had for them on Friday. It's going to be interesting to see the interaction tonight. Any of you have reporting on what that dynamic may be like? I would imagine when you read, for example, the Wall Street Journal calling that moment of excoriating the justices in public perhaps the lowest moment of his presidency, I would imagine that other members of Congress of the party would come to the president and say, maybe not tonight, sir. Bob.
It's a crossroads for the conservative legal community in this country because they have gotten so much
of the Supreme Court
relationship with President Trump. Justices on the Supreme Court who fit that Federalist Society model, yet you have so many of them now standing alongside a president who's saying that these justices are corrupt.
Here we go.
Of course, finding with the majority. Justice Roberts, perceived as a conservative,
authored the opinion.
Authored the opinion and very
saw
much
that it
took
was
the
released
stand.
on Friday.
And said taxation is the realm of the Congress, a co-equal branch of the government. It is illegal for the president to have done what he did. And so it will be interesting to see if there's any kind of exchange there. In that minority is the man, there's Justice Kavanaugh, someone that President Trump said he was very proud of, having appointed him to the court, and Kavanaugh
So just
dissented.
4 justices, Kavanaugh, Kagan, Amy Coney Barrett, and the Chief Justice.
Amy Coney Barrett, another Trump appointee, but she also said the president's tariffs were illegal.
So of that 4, it's 3-1 against the president. Just so we're keeping track at home.
It's going to be an interesting journey as the president arrives, makes it through that first aisle, shakes hands on the way up to the dais. What the interaction is like
that they wear their
with those
judge
justices
shit there.
With Justice Kavanaugh.
And perhaps that's it, Tony, because the president has said that, you know, if for those who voted against his tariffs, they are barely invited tonight. That's what he said. So,
And you mentioned, Tony, the words the president used. He called those justices unpatriotic.
Lapdogs, fools. He went very far. Yes. We have to leave it right here for a moment. We're going to fit in a break. Stay with us. President Trump's State of the Union address just moments away. CBS News coverage continues here on CBS News 24/7 and the CBS Television Network.
A nightgown. I thought about it.
When a young woman nearly dies.
No. Oh, that.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Lawyer ate all his food.
Are instead going to be looking at an inflation rate that he will be correctly able to say has ticked down since he has taken office. But they aren't seeing their wages keep up with what they're expecting. 100%. We saw the chairman of the Joint Chiefs just a few moments ago on your screen, along with other. We may not get clarity on what he is doing with that military buildup in the Middle East, but we know that Thursday he's sending his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and Steve Witkoff to negotiate with Iran to try to get a diplomatic deal. And from the president, who has spent so much time on foreign policy, he's probably going to focus more on domestic. But today, of all days, it is the mark of 4 years of the largest land war in Europe since World War II. And that has frustrated the president. He hasn't been able to get Vladimir Putin to agree to the peace that he promised would come quickly.
Yeah, we just to clue in our viewers here, direct your attention to the screen. You see, of course, there the First Lady. Just before we came on the air, we had the Joint Chiefs come in, a lot of brass there. We saw the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court and 3 associate justices in attendance tonight. The entire cabinet is there as well, and the entire Trump family, including Barron Trump there on the right-hand side of your screen. There's a lot of activity in the hall as we await the president's arrival. And Major, you've seen a lot of these. Sure. How's tonight going to be different?
So just a quick word on the sequencing. You don't give a State of the Union until you've been president a year. The president addressed a joint session last year, but it was an economic address. articulating his vision as a newly elected president. Let's go back a year, Tony. At that period of time in March of 2025, the president looked as if he wasn't hitting the ground running, he was hitting the ground with a bulldozer, going against the federal bureaucracy, the regulatory state, executive orders outnumbering all of his predecessors in that short period of time, pressuring law firms, pressuring private companies, pressuring universities, all of them bowing or at some level agreeing to pressure tactics from this administration. 1 year in, now there are some signs of restraint institutionally and some signs of apprehension or mixed reviews from the American public writ large. How does the president convey that he still has that momentum and turn around some of this rough political terrain that Margaret and I'm sure others around this table will indicate tonight?
You know, Bob, with this president, one of the things that's interesting is there could be all the signs in the world, but is he seeing them? Is he taking them in? You spoke to him earlier today. What was his state of mind?
When I was on Capitol Hill this week, Tony, so many House Republicans, Senate Republicans, they're nervous about the midterm elections. But when I called up President Trump, he was anything but. On the economy, he said, I've brought down prices. He made claims about affordability. He said he's taking on those economic issues. On immigration, he said he closed the border. He's done a great job. The most interesting thing he said to me was on Iran. He said, quote, we'll find out. He remains coy, as Margaret said, about what he's going to do with this situation that keeps unfolding in the Middle East. And there is a raging debate inside the Republican Party about what he should do. Should he intervene and have a military strike to try to take out any kind of development of Iran's nuclear program, or should he hold back? And people like Steve Bannon are telling me today his base is holding with him at the moment as he navigates this very difficult terrain.
It is very difficult, and I'm so glad you brought up Iran. It's going to be interesting to listen for whether Iran is a big part of this speech, because we've got what the president likes to refer to as an armada, maybe the biggest military deployment since 2003.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Tonight, an 8-minute trip from the White House. It's nice when people are blocking and clearing traffic for you. But now a lot of traffic in his way because everybody at this particular moment wants to lean in from the aisle, shake a hand, have a little moment on camera, and share a word with the president on his big night. Major, you've seen a lot of this. The people sometimes line up for hours for this positioning. Is it still, I mean, you could tell something about a president, how it's going, based on how thick they're lined up there along the aisles, can you not?
Yes and no. Clearly, the president loves to have those who are there early adoring him. Most of those are from the MAGA universe on both sides of the aisle. They will take some of the Democratic seats. But it has, over time, become a slightly less valuable picture, a less valuable handshake, because everyone's in on it now. Everyone knows that this is a moment, and moments that are manufactured have lost some of their viability in our memosphere and relentlessly internet devoured and criticized and dissected popular political culture.
Yeah, Bob, you were saying earlier.
These are the House Republicans who love President Trump. What we're all watching is what's going to happen in about a minute. He goes down that hall, that walkway, and he comes across the Supreme Court justices who just ruled on tariffs.
Well, you think about the energy that the president had toward those justices as recently as Friday. Lapdogs, he called them. Fools, he called them. Accused them of being under the thumb, or at least the influence of foreign powers. And disloyal to the Constitution.
Disloyal to the Constitution.
Disloyal to the Constitution. It was a remarkable performance, and yeah, we will be watching closely. Someone else who's watching closely is our Ed O'Keefe. We do not have a camera on him, but he is inside the chamber, and he can tell us what the atmosphere is like. Ed?
Well, Tony, the president's already been confronted with a sign that was held up by Texas Democrat Al Green, who you might catch a glimpse of again if the camera pans right. Something that says, "Black people aren't apes." That is the sign. Texas Democrat Al Green. Black people aren't apes.
We just saw a handshake.
Here goes as he says hello to the justices. Lou Bylam shaking the hand of Brett Kavanaugh, who of course ruled in favor of the president's tariff policy, said briefly hello to Amy Coney Barrett as he greets members of the
she's like a
staff.
bitch, bro.
There are a
to bear it.
But not many empty seats on the Democratic side of the chamber where they are not applauding
She wasn't
his arrival. Perhaps
pleased either.
the president there saying hello to the Joint Chiefs, of course, as they are locked in conversations with him about potential military action.
Oh, he was like
Iran.
all
Shakes the
equipment,
hand of
the
John
Navy
Fetterman,
dude.
Pennsylvania Democratic Senator, who,
Navy
as Bob said
chief.
earlier, is
Navy
hoping
chief.
everyone keeps it clean tonight in the
Guy
chamber.
in charge of all the joint supply. He's got to make sure there's enough joints for the Navy.
Center frame there, they want you to see, was that George Washington gavel. It doesn't look like it'll be used, but it is on display as we talk about the president really trying to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our country, a nod back to General George Washington, who played such a role there in founding our country. And he's going to, throughout this evening, we know, try to weave in references to many things throughout the past 250 years, including honoring some of our military veterans.
Weijia Jiang's here with us as well. Weijia, you were looking at some of the excerpts that were released of the speech, and the 1776 theme was a big part of that. Let's listen in for a moment here and see if we can hear what the president's saying.
You think he wrote it? AI write it.
Weijia, as we
No way he said that and wrote this whole thing. Is there?
Copies of the speech will be handed back to Speaker Johnson and to Vice President Vance. That speech, which you've taken a look at some of those excerpts, what stood out to you?
Well, he is going to talk about American history, Tony, but what stood out was how much he will focus on defending his policies, especially as it relates to the affordability issue. We know that he is going to talk about the things that his administration has done that he believes has made life easier for Americans in terms of paying bills and getting those ends.
Members of Congress have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This thing kicked off in a timely fashion. His first State of the Union address of his second.
Shut up.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States.
What are we doing?
Second Lady of the United States. Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages.
I thought it was like his daughter or something. I think who the second one was. Oh, damn. I was like looking at the crowd like, that's his daughter. I couldn't find her. Are they kicking him out? Oh,
and we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back.
Al Green out.
Today our border is secure.
Oh, they're saying USA so he can't like make a big scene as he leaves. Associated Press image.
Today our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before. And our enemies are scared, our military and police are stacked, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. After 4 years, in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline.
Well, I remember when it was 90-something cents. That Petrus Farms, hey, you remember when it was 10 cents? My mama remembers when it was 2 cents.
Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year.
Not a lot. $5,000 in a year. A house costs a lot of money. $5,000 is like a drop in the bucket.
And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both.
It's easier to own a house
and we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that. 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe. Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest. As thousands of new businesses are forming and factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil.
Penis.
American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill. More Americans are working today than at any time
to have personalities?
in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today, and 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector.
They don't clap at shit. They're not allowed to approve of anything for some reason. What the fuck is that?
We ended DEI in America.
We get it. You're impartial, but you got an opinion, right? You're a fucking judge. It's your job to have an opinion constantly. Now you don't have one?
We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps.
They lifted him off of him. That's one way of putting it. Fired.
And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong.
And the judges don't even move the entire time. What is that shit? I'm like genuinely intrigued by them not able to have an opinion now all of a sudden. I don't get it.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again, you're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
Why is this happening? I bet they don't even know why the fuck it's happening. Take that, Canada. Oh, white, dude. Why isn't there one black person on there? Racist. There should be at least one black person on the team for DEI purposes. And a Chinaman. Asians make up most of the planet. How's there not a Chinaman? Are they coming? They're like, this is all the press. Look at the fucking Apple computers that the press have. It's like mostly Apple. Interesting.
That's the first time I've ever seen them get up.
Man.
And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
Oh, they're coming too? I heard they were coming. Really? Oh, is he going to make them come? You will come to the White House. You won't play for Team USA anymore. How about that, you little skank? Huh? Huh? A chance to come back next Olympics or not? Well, fuck what you want. You don't want it, I don't want it. You want it, I don't want it. But you better show up if you want it. You could probably do that, dude. You could probably be like, nope, don't invite her back.
They were in the Oval Office before. And I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck.
Thanks, Steve. We'll have some food.
Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off. Do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given, and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Why is he getting it? He's the goalie for the hockey team. What? Stop you doing too much now. Never even heard of this guy. I don't know, man. I don't know why. That's too crazy.
Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best.
I mean,
and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not
Usually,
giving
like
it
an
if anybody
athlete
goes
that's
no. And every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you.
well-known.
What a special
All the
job
other
you
ones
did.
were well-known,
What
weren't
special
they?
champions you are. Thank you very much.
Magic Johnson, cruising like Kobe Bryant one. Well, here we go. Magic Johnson, Lionel Messi, Simone Biles, Jim
I'm
Thorpe.
also pleased to say that the
Jim Thorpe,
next time
Michael
the
Jordan,
Olympic torch is lit, it will be here
Babe
in
Ruth,
America
Hank
for the
Aaron,
2028
Willie Mays, Muhammad
Olympics,
Ali,
and it's the summer version right
Tiger
in Los
Woods.
Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles.
Richard Petty. Most of them I heard.
And
Some
Los
of them,
Angeles is
and
going
this I
to be
hadn't heard of.
safe,
This-
just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country.
It says the award. I don't know. It says it's
And
normally
this
given.
year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange
It's normally
things
given
took
to
place.
athletes. I know who he was
And
talking about right
I got
now.
them because I got the Olympics and I got the
And
2026
and the other shit.
FIFA World Cup. And I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that
It's
one
only
for myself.
given to athletes who have
But
not
we're
only
getting
achieved
the World Cup, so we have
immense
the World Cup
success,
and the Olympics coming, and
but
that is
also
exciting
made
news.
significant contributions to the American story, of which that fucking goalie has definitely not done. I've never heard of that dude before. What's he done for America?
So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend
Is that
America in World War II.
Is that our best goal?
Serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday. So, Buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas, one of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety. People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate.
One more clap for the road. Are they clapping for the same people? That's affirmative.
And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you.
I wonder if he knew he was going to get that. Petty Officer second class, by the way.
And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aide, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together, we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts. They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America.
If only American cars did suck.
Recently in Pennsylvania,
Lately,
I met Megan Hemhauser,
new ones.
a devoted mom who's homeschools her children. Beautiful, 2 children. During the day while waiting tables at night, as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half.
American cars used to be awesome.
Megan, please stand up. We're fighting
Regulations
for you, Megan.
happened, I think. And man, all of a sudden muscle cars turned to shit.
Thank you.
80s.
Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name it.
Yeah, right.
I did not name that.
Okay.
Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man standing right there in the third row.
I want to see him shaking his head right
Nice
now.
man, a good man. Tax-free investment
There is no
accounts
tall
for
man on the third
every
row.
American
Another
child.
camera
This
is
is
pan
something
to
that's
him.
so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be
That's why he's
pre-funded
laughing
courtesy of the
still.
U.S. Treasury and private individuals
so
like
bad.
Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6,250 million to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people.
The Speaker of the House looks like an actor or something. He always has.
You know, I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school and I made computers and I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling. And pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops. So I congratulate him on that. But I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad.
It looks like an SNL character or something. He's not a real person. A character. Look at the house.
So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing?
What?
Over 100,000, could be much more than that.
Oh.
To make this investment in our children's future, go to TrumpAccounts.gov.
Like a savings bond?
TrumpAccounts.gov. And a lot of people are
account?
doing it. They're setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take.
war
I'm so
bonds.
proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth. And the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the
He could
Supreme
make it
Court's
worse if he wants to.
unfortunate involvement. So
get it.
despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting.
Was here.
Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes, and they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love.
That would be amazing, dude. Income tax was deleted. Right? It's pretty new, isn't it? Isn't it within the past 100 years they started?
Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America.
The people.
For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New Scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly use the word affordability, a word they just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem. They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward. The price of eggs is down 60%, Madam Secretary, thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while, we're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before.
Yeah, I looked at the Trump Care, whatever, the Trump website for prescriptions, and it's pretty limited in what prescriptions they have on there.
Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried.
They really didn't have
Most
anything.
didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action. But I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The lowest price.
Yeah, my methimazole went up in price. For Simon, and it's a human drug.
So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way.
It was a bunch of.
And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big. Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase.
It's on there.
But a few weeks ago, she logged onto the Trump RX website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500. A reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500.
You've heard of any of these?
Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom.
Okay. Any of these?
So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing I'm not sure it matters, because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that
stop smoking?
Energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new ratepayer protection pledge. You know what that is?
Some expensive
We're telling the
vagina
major
cream.
tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory, so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community, and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before.
It's fucking
We have an old
$300
grid. It
vagina
could never
cream,
handle
man.
the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's
You don't even
needed.
need a dildo
So
with
I'm
that
telling
stuff.
them they can build their own plant. They're going
Wipe
to
it
produce
on.
their own electricity. It
Have
will
an
ensure the
orgasm.
company's ability to get electricity, while at the same time lowering
that
prices
shit?
of electricity for you, and could be very
Vagina cream.
substantial for
$473
all of these cities
normally.
and towns.
$236
You're
their
going to see
price.
some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under
Marin,
attack is
that shit,
home
dude.
ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals,
Vaginal
stealing away
dryness.
her American dream. She was
Prevents
devastated.
osteoporosis.
Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street
it is
investment
estrogen.
firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes.
It's horse estrogen. That's way on estrogen. It works by replacing estrogen in the body. Why do you have to rub it on your
I'm
vagina?
asking Congress to make that ban permanent because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Racel,
do it.
thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon.
Why can't Premarin be taken via pill? Why do you have to rub it on your bed?
We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. It's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people
pain
who
in the
built our
vagina,
country,
ladies, that you have to
access
do
to
that.
the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information.
I mean, like, you guys, it says you got to rub it on the vagina because that helps the estrogen get to where it needs to be. Isn't that wild?
They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. I wasn't sure if
Is he an
anybody
inside
even on this
trader?
side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed.
Well, they have to.
But when it
They don't
comes
want to look
to
like
the
they're doing
corruption
some
that is
shit.
plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance.
Hey, look, it's that bitch. By the way, these are synced. If you can't tell, I did that. I'm the man.
He'll get it done.
I'm the fucking man.
Find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us
Just
that
show
there
her
are
more
large
now.
parts of the world where corruption and lawlessness
Right now.
are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings us problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah.
And she's so ugly. Dude, the Muslim chick looks like a kid.
Colden was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by Open Borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up.
I need a vacuum.
Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight, I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice. We'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight, I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Hey, wait, she's standing, but she's got a thing in her hand. Why is she way over here? I get to take it. She didn't want to sit with the Republicans? That's the chick that was at the political roast, whatever that thing was we watched.
Isn't that
like the only
a shame?
Republican
You
that
should
talked.
be ashamed of yourself,
That's
not
a black
standing
dude.
up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Brought up her
Perhaps
marrying
most
her cousin or
importantly,
whatever.
I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. The cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%. And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens. And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things you almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated, and their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John. And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up.
What is Liberty University? Oh, she got Secret Service dudes next to her.
And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say,
I got questions.
what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about this? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy, I'm telling you. They're crazy. Amazing. Incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? Huh? No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady, now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight, we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal. This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk.
It really did, dude. It really fucking did have a lot to do with him. And all of that is fucked now.
So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand.
It's just not saying, man. In fact, I don't see it being able to really.
Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind. We love religion, and we love bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zuretska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina, fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail, stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget. There were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her
He was
life. She
surrounded by
died
black
instantly.
people that never did a thing.
She had escaped a brutal
Help
war
her.
only to be slain by a hardened criminal, set free to kill in America, came in through open borders. Mrs. Zaretsky, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina.
Exactly what she was surrounded by. There wasn't one white person around her. They were all black. They all ignored that it was happening, even though they knew it was happening.
How do you not stand?
Like, it's
How do
not
you
home
not
of the
stand?
brave when you fucking
I'm
do
asking
some
this
shit like that,
Congress
is
to
it?
pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there. Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success,
baby.
and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen?
Convoy, Santa convoy. Convoy Santa. He did
In
it.
fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago. They don't like to hear that. One of sick people, one of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank
173,000.
was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation. She was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged, shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Eva Lee. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like it.
Pop it out.
So sorry. Thank you very much. A great young lady. I saw reports that were like perfect. She was perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother,
Pretty good.
named Melody, who I spoke to the same night.
All right, I'm not even listening to what he's saying.
And she was so
I'm
positive.
not talking about what
the
he's saying.
doctors
I'm trying
thought
to-
that Andrew was gone. But his
I'm
mother
sick.
said, no,
I'm
Mr.
not sick.
President,
I'm
Andrew
sorry.
will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said. Sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying. And after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melanie? She turned out to be right. Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death.
He's such a flatterer, though. That's so.
We're talking about the edge of death.
I wish he wasn't.
On his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great.
I would have taken.
Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks,
Really?
Andrew. Thank you very much.
Andrew, I don't know what the hell's going on right now. Interesting. What happened to him? Brain tumor or something? I missed that part.
So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great
he's in the
family
military.
of Sarah Beckstrom with the
Right in the
award
head.
created by our late, great President
wait, is that the
George
dude?
Washington himself. It's called
They got
the Purple
shot by
Heart.
the terrorists just recently? That's the guy that survived, huh? Oh, damn. Yeah, it's gotta be, because the chick died, right? Female, Yo, why did he already have the Purple Heart? What the hell? This seems kind of odd. Like, I would think that would have been like an automatic thing. A shot on duty. Oh, another posthumous or whatever. Got it. That's the chick's parents. Damn, his tie is short as hell. What's going on?
We love you all.
That
Love
style.
you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans
Hard to get a
abroad.
tie, man.
Our country has never been stronger. My first 10 months,
Going
I
to the
ended 8
fucking
wars,
State of the Union. You're not gonna
including
get a tie
Cambodia. Isn't it
that
funny?
fits.
Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand.
You said
Pakistan
tie.
and India would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared. And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco. People like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I
Wait,
can't
did he,
believe
though?
we approved that guy.
I've seen you smiling.
And he said it's an honor that they
Must be
feel
a
that way,
lie.
right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever.
Marco looks like he's not having a good night. What the fuck's really going on right now? Marco, stand your ass up. Smile. What the fuck's your problem, Marco? Acting kind of weird tonight.
Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that?
Tired. Oh. Really stand. He's all
Nobody
overworked and
thought it was
underpaid.
possible. Nobody thought that was possible.
He's tired of being Trump's
Both
gopher.
living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead, of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug, and they dug, and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job. And we're working very hard to end the ninth war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president, would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. Good. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like, 32,000 protesters. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After midnight hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue. They're starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again. And at this moment, again, pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference...
That's what you're going to have to pay for it. First is free. That one's going to cost you.
My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
Anytime. Well, once a day. Every one. Oh, look what I got big. Dude, how the justices never move is the same with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the military.
And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress who are investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed at my very strong request to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 2. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently...
The recruitment ads aren't stupid. It's pretty cool. I appreciate that actually most of all.
And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776.
Probably more than a month's pay for an E1.
You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute, for one more dollar, we can have $1,776. It's going to I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. One more dollar, I said $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it $1,776. It was great.
In 2000, it was only $1,000.
We love our law enforcement.
$1,006.
We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also...
Those with under 4 months getting $930. 2026 has nearly doubled in nominal terms, 1,000 to
We're also
2407.
restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country
Does that keep up with
from
inflation?
violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction.
Well, it has kept pace with or slightly exceeded inflation.
And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January. In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very good. They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that, and my baby is becoming so important. And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely
Why are any of the
colossal
Joint Chiefs of
victory
Staff
for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning
their victory?
for the people
So
of
weird,
Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down.
You're the next contestant on The Price is Right. It's such a weird thing, this little thing we do here at the State of the Union.
Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro, really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter, to deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine guns stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out.
Able to get the Medal of Honor.
The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife Amy, Eric, and Amy. Come on in.
Highly respected. One of the most highly respected ranks in the military. Even it's an enlisted person that has become an officer, which there are very, very few of. They didn't become a non-commissioned officer, or a commissioned officer, I should say, or they did. It's hard to explain. They're enlisted, but they're officers. So they get a lot more respect from the enlisted because they had to go all the way up the enlisted ranks, and then they became an officer off of that. Oh, he is getting the Medal of Honor. It looks like a freaking Ken doll.
So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor.
He's only just 3 or 4 years. is doing the cryotherapy. Vegetarian and everything. Never drinks. Oh man, I wonder if he's not going to be able to walk right ever again. Got a thing under him. It doesn't look like he feels like he deserves it, huh? Maybe he doesn't like Donald Trump. Who knows? Stop clapping.
Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg. We have it back. We brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House, and Eric will be there. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go.
Oh.
He is one more heroic American aviator, Navy fighter pilot. Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor.
Holy shit. The thing with this medal is your kids get, even get shit out of it, dude. Their kids might even get shit out. I don't know how far down it goes. Definitely his kids get benefit now. Like, surviving relatives, his wife will get benefits from it now. Wow. They always give out Medal of Honors at these things. I've never seen it before. Like the second one in a row I've watched. Laid it down. A lot of ribbons. That's a favorite heirloom. Well, I mean, the family gets benefits from it even after he's deceased. that mean? Is that a family heirloom? What that means? It looks like some satanic shit, though, if you don't know what it is. Upside down pentagram. It just doesn't have a circle around it. What's on the screen? Okay.
Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you.
What do you think about him as a rock dodger?
250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together, we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel. And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy and unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside, but that great betrayal is over and they will never be forgotten again, because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Speech, the longest to a joint session in history, the longest State of the Union in history. In some ways, vintage Trump, combative, populist, historic for other reasons as well. The first part of the speech, all about the economy, an issue we know a lot of Americans want to hear about. He touts it, but he does so against a wall of negative opinion that we see in our polls. And then really all the energy of the speech, the heart of the speech, on culture issues through the middle. Immigration, gender, voter ID, and a line that wasn't in the script, but he ad-libbed. The first duty of elected officials is to protect Americans, not illegal aliens. He seemed at times to be goading Democrats into reacting, and at times they took that bait. On that note, let's go to Ed O'Keefe, who had a view from inside the chamber as we see the president shaking hands on his way out. Ed?
Tony, 1 hour, 47 minutes, 44 seconds from the president. Felt like a bit of a variety show at times as people came out of various doors here in the chamber to greet the audience, but it got ugly a few times in this deeply divided country. Perhaps no surprise there were visible displays of that divide here in the hall, most especially when the president discussed his ongoing push to remove undocumented immigrants and his new war on fraud, pronouncements that sparked fury among especially liberal Democrats here in the room. When he mentioned ongoing removal operations, for example, California Congresswoman Norma Torres held up a double-sided placard with the photos of Renee Good and Alex Preddy with the words premeditated murder underneath their face and names. They, of course, were killed by federal immigration agents during the Metro Surge operation in Minneapolis. Later, when they talked about fraud and accused, quote, Somali pirates of the fraud, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar of Minnesota shouted, "That's a lie. You're a liar." When he continued, when Rashida Tlaib of Michigan shouted, "You're killing Americans. You've killed Americans," the president stared them down as Republicans applauded. A reminder that he's bitterly divided with Democrats on that issue of immigration as he shakes hands here with a handful of the Republicans who stayed behind. The Democrats, Tony, cleared out as fast as they could.
You're looking at video now of President Donald Trump as he makes his exit from the U.S. House chamber. He has been.
Major, you've seen a lot of these, I think, more than any of us. What stood out to you?
Well, look, before the speech, many Republicans said one of the priorities for the president was to make sure Americans after this speech had a sense that the opposition party was off the rails, was crazy. Their terminology, not mine. Many of the contrasts the president articulated tonight were to drive that message forward, that not only do I disagree with the opposition party sitting before me in Congress, but I disagree with them so strongly and they with me so much that they can't even applaud basic common sense thing. And that line that you mentioned, that he added to the speech, whether it was ad-libbed or not, the first obligation, American citizens versus illegal aliens, was meant to create a visual moment of perpetual contrast. It oversimplifies the issue dramatically, but if anyone has learned how to master that art, some call it a dark art in American presidential politics, it is Donald Trump, and that was on full display tonight.
Bob, you spoke to the president before this speech. Now you've seen it in action. Was it what you were expecting?
It was entirely who President Trump is, not just now, but going back to his first presidential campaign in 2016. Tonally defiant, blunt force politically on all of these issues, not so much making a speech, but a presentation and a recharacterization of the political reality, trying to put it in his fingerprints ahead of the midterms.
And the joint session is officially over, and that'll do it nearly for us. We're going to fit in a short break. Coming up after the break, the Democratic response from Colonial Williamsburg, Virginia. You were watching.
That many awards and actual medals.
There were a lot of awards and medals. The Presidential Medal of Freedom was given out. Congressional Medal of Honor.
The Legion of Merit.
2 Purple Hearts, Legion of Merit. There was the men's Olympic gold medal winning hockey team, some members of it in the balcony. They were at the White House earlier today. They're in the chamber with their medals tonight.
With the promise of another medal.
Right, for the goalie.
It's it was something. It was the president likes giving things out and he likes receiving them as well. So there was the obligatory joke about whether he's going to get some type of award and whether he's allowed to do that. We also saw Democrats sitting quietly or standing without
Mr. Speaker,
clapping.
I move that the message of the president be referred to the Committee of the Whole on the state.
I think in all, it was about what we expected. The president said to expect a very long speech. It was a very long speech, not nearly as combative as a lot of things we've heard, but
Mr. Speaker, I also move that the House stand adjourned.
It would appear he got done what he wanted.
The question is on the motion.
It seemed like we really did hear a lot of that focus on the economy, that the vice president, that other elected Republicans have said that they really want to hear from President Trump. And Americans have issued that as well in terms of their responses to polling questions about, hey, can you talk more about the domestic economy issues that we're still seeing? But there was a mention of, for President Trump's perspective, him being able to bring down prices for regular Americans and all of the different economic boosts that he's been able to hand out in terms of making prices better for drugs and the Trump accounts that have recently been stood up. So kind of making a lot of those references. By the way, looking at your screens, you're seeing more pictures of Statuary Hall. Remember, this is exactly what we were looking at earlier before the State of the Union address began. It's where we saw all those members of the cabinet and senators as well filing through that area, this historic, vaunted space in the U.S. Capitol, through there into the House chamber, which is back that way. So now this is where we will be seeing those same people exiting the chamber as they come back through. There are other media members in there, from the AP included, getting those shots, grabbing lawmakers for interviews. We do expect to have some reaction from members of Congress that we'll be bringing you as part of our post-game show, so to speak. But just a reminder of what you're seeing there in Statuary Hall. So, Sagar, back to talking about the speech that we just listened to for, I don't remember exactly how many minutes that was.
North of 1 hour 45 minutes. The record was 1:39 with Bill Clinton, but this one was a little bit different.
Right. Okay, we're going to take a break just a moment so we can speak to one of those members of Congress.
Really?
So, Sagar, if you can just step out for just a second. I got to kick you out of my shot.
Fine.
It's awkward.
All right.
Weird. Why did they do that on camera? President used to say that going live with some protests outside or something. Oh, it's Abigail Spanberger who's going to deliver a Democratic response. I think it's she, man. Why isn't it Schumer? Spanberger.
All right. As mentioned, we're going to be speaking with some members of Congress, getting their reaction to the speech tonight. So I have with me Representative Eric Burleson. Hello. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. And if you can, first off, just kind of give us your top line, your 30,000-foot view of what you heard in the State of the Union.
Well, I heard a vision. I heard a bold vision for the country, and what bolder individual to lay out that vision. The president, I think he did a really good job at reminding us of how far we've come in just 1 year. the fact that we went from a nation that was overrun in our borders. We had fentanyl coming across, killing, thousands and thousands of U.S. citizens.
Williamsburg. We are gathered here in the chambers of the House of Burgesses. In 1705, the people of the Virginia colony gathered here to take on the extraordinary task of governing themselves. Before there was a Declaration of Independence, a Constitution, or a Bill of Rights, there were people in this room. The people who served here ultimately dreamed of what a new nation, unlike anything the world had ever seen, could be. The United States was founded on the idea that ordinary people could reject the unacceptable excesses of poor leadership, band together to demand better of their government, and create a nation that would be an example for the world. And this year, as we celebrate 250 years since America declared our independence from tyranny, I can think of no better place to speak to you as we reflect on the current state of our union. Tonight, as we watched our nation's lawmakers gather for a joint session of Congress, we did not hear the truth from our president. So let's speak plainly and honestly, and let me ask you, the American people watching at home, 3 questions. Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? Is the president working to keep Americans safe both at home and abroad? Is the president working for you? As I campaigned for governor last year, I traveled to every corner of Virginia, and I heard the same pressing concern everywhere. Costs are too high in housing, healthcare, energy, and childcare. And I know these same conversations are being had all across this country. Because since this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs. Small businesses have suffered, farmers have suffered, some losing entire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to us, the American people, has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making your life more expensive. They're even making it more difficult to see a doctor. Rural health clinics in Virginia and across the country are already closing their doors thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, championed by the president and Republicans in Congress. And tonight, the president celebrated this law, the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping health care from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable. And it's not just me. Democrats across the country are laser focused on affordability in our nation's capital and in state capitals and communities across America. In the most innovative and exceptional nation in the history of the world, Americans deserve to know that their leaders are focused on addressing the problems that keep them up at night. Problems that dictate where you live, whether you can afford to start a business, or whether you have to skip a prescription in order to buy groceries. So I'll ask again, is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? We all know the answer is no. I grew up in a house of service. My mother was a nurse, and my father was a career law enforcement officer. I began my career by following in my father's footsteps as a federal agent, working money laundering and narcotics cases. I worked side by side with local and state police to keep our community safe and to uphold and enforce the law. Law enforcement officers across the country know that it is a unique responsibility to do the serious work of investigating crimes, comforting victims, and making arrests. It's about building trust, and that requires an abiding sense of duty and commitment to community. And yet, our president has sent poorly trained federal agents into our cities, where they have arrested and detained American citizens and people who aspire to be Americans. And they have done it without a warrant. They have ripped nursing mothers away from their babies. They have sent children, a little boy in a blue bunny hat, children to far-off detention centers, and they have killed American citizens in our streets. And they have done it all with their faces masked from accountability. Every minute spent sowing fear is a minute not spent investigating murders, crimes against children, or the criminals defrauding seniors of their life savings. Our president told us tonight that we are safer because these agents arrest mothers and detain children. Think about that. Our broken immigration system is something to be fixed, not an excuse for unaccountable agents to terrorize our communities.
Well, it helps our fucking crime rates. Maybe it is, bitch. What do you want? What do you want?
After working in law enforcement, I continued my career of service as a CIA officer, working undercover to protect the United States and our allies from global threats, terrorism, nuclear weapons, and the aggression of adversarial nations around the globe. But as the president spoke of his perceived successes tonight, he continues to cede economic power and technological strength to Russia, bow down to China, bow down to a Russian dictator, and make plans for war with Iran. Here's the truth. Over the last year, through Doge, mass firings, and the appointment of deeply unserious people to our nation's most serious positions, our president has endangered the long and storied history of the United States of America being a force for good.
We should have had career politicians in all those positions,
is the president working to keep Americans safe, both at home and abroad? We all know the answer is no. In his speech tonight, the president did what he always does. He lied, he scapegoated, and he distracted. And he offered no real solutions to our nation's pressing challenges, so many of which he is actively making worse. He tries to divide us. He tries to enrage us, to pit us against one another, neighbor against neighbor. And sometimes he succeeds. And so you have to ask, who benefits from his rhetoric, his policies, his actions, the short list of laws he's pushed through this Republican Congress? Somebody must be benefiting. He's enriching himself, his family, his friends. The scale of the corruption is unprecedented. There's the cover-up of the Epstein files, the crypto scams, cozying up to foreign princes for airplanes and billionaires for ballrooms, putting his name and face on buildings all over our nation's capital. This is not what our founders envisioned, not by a long shot. So I'll ask again, is the president working for you? We all know the answer is no. But here's the special thing about America. On our 250th anniversary, we know better than any nation what is possible when ordinary citizens, like those who once dreamed right here in this room, reject the unacceptable and demand more of their government. We see it in the determination of students organizing school walkouts all across the country, whose voices are becoming so powerful that the governor of Texas seeks to silence them. We see it in the bravery of Americans in Minnesota standing up for their communities, from peacefully protesting in sub-zero temperatures to carpooling children to school so that their immigrant parents are not ripped away from them in the parking lot. As a mother of 3 school-aged daughters, I am inspired by their bravery, but I am sickened that it is necessary. And Americans across the country are taking action. They are going to the ballot box to reject this chaos. With their votes, they are writing a new story, a more hopeful story. In November, I won my election by 15 points. And we won 13 new seats in our state legislature. Because voters decided they wanted something different. Our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. Because they knew as citizens they could demand more, that they could vote for what they believe matters, and that they didn't need to be constrained by a party or political affiliation. This is happening across the country. New Jersey elected Mikey Sherrill as governor in a double-digit victory. Democrats flipped state legislative seats in places like Georgia, Iowa, Mississippi, and Texas. The list goes on and on. Ordinary Americans are stepping up to run in the spirit of our forefathers. They are running to demand more and to do more for their neighbors and communities. I know this story well. I first ran for office in 2018 alongside dozens of other Democrats who did the seemingly impossible, flipping 41 seats in Congress. In my case, I was the first Democrat elected in 50 years, swinging our district 17 points. Those who are stepping up now to run will win in November because Americans, you at home, know you can demand more and that we are working to lower costs. We are working to keep our communities and our country safe, and we are working for you. In his farewell address, George Washington warned us about the possibility of, quote, cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men rising to power. But he also encouraged us, all Americans, to unite in a common cause, to move this nation forward. That is our charge once more, and that is what we are seeing across the country. It is deeply American and patriotic to do so, and it is how we ensure that the state of our union remains strong, not just this year, but for the next 250 years as well, because we, the people, have the power to make change, the power to stand up for what is right, the power to demand more of our nation. May God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia, and may God bless the United States of America.
That was boring.
For Republicans and for the Trump administration. And it is remarkable that she is now taking the two issues that President Trump used to win just a short time before her victory to turn it on its head and appeal now to voters to say, look, he might have won on promising the economy would get better and that his immigration policies would make you as Americans feel safer and more secure. But she's asking a simple question. Has he followed through? And she is arguing that the answer is no.
Bob, you were watching. Oh, Major, yeah.
Tony, real quick. Our polling unit has two symmetrical numbers that I think help us put the whole evening in context. Party affiliation of those planning to watch the State of the Union, 27% independents. Could Trump change your mind about him during the State of the Union? Might change my mind, 27%. Those independents are those whose minds might be changed. That's what the contrast for the Trump was about tonight. That's what the contrast provided by Governor Spanberger is about, trying to find those points of contrast and interest and motivation for those lightly attached nonpartisans who are tuning in and calling themselves independents and who might, according to our poll, change their mind.
Lightly attached nonpartisans, also somewhat of endurance athletes if they're with us from the beginning of 8 o'clock.
Exactly.
8 o'clock coverage straight through. Bob, any closing thoughts?
You see a contrast in the Democrats' message ahead of the midterm elections tonight. Some Democrats were speaking out on the House floor, yelling at President Trump, political war inside the U.S. House. And here you see a centrist governor from Virginia making her case.
And one with a national security background, second year in a row that the Democrats chose a female to represent the party with a national security background, as the president ended his speech, talking about some of the most lauded accomplishments in our recent military history.
Yeah, it's an important punctuation point. Thank you for being so kind to an interloper from New York, and thank you to all of our viewers who stuck through us into this late evening. For all of us here at CBS News, that'll do it for our coverage. We'll continue right here on CBS News 24/7, and there will be more on your late local news, and of course tomorrow on CBS Mornings.
The kitty's behind looks like if it's a female. This is a colon. Semicolon versus colon.
And we are back. CBS News coverage.
What are we looking at? What are we looking for?
I want to know what's going on in the world. You can't do that if you're just sitting in a chair reading about
Y'all used to think I acted like that because I was drunk or something.
You have to get out there
I just like this because I'm sleepy.
By telling people about each other, we actually bring this country together. There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers. I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
Sleepy as.
Sunday morning, we consider The Kiss, plus the Eagles' greatest hits, 50 years and counting. And meet Penny, a winner in anyone's book.
Are these people still doing something? It's live, dude.
Yes, you get an A. I don't give grades though. We just go on vibes, and the vibes were immaculate.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Let's give another round of applause to all of these amazing assets to the community of the United States of America. This is what we want. Here's my suggestion. Maybe we should deport Donald Trump. What do you think? Keep all of these beautiful people and deport Trump. Katie Faye, how are we going to end this beautiful, wonderful evening?
We're telling everybody who's here, well, first of all, Joy and I want to say the following. We want to say thank you to the members of the press that are here, that have been here in the cold, documenting this. This is important.
Sounds like
so we appreciate all of you that are here, that have been here. We also appreciate all of you diehards that have stayed here, and everybody who's watching us on the live streams. Go to SOTU.org for what? No King's Day 3.0, March 28th. Thank you for being here. I'm Katie Faye.
I'm Joy Ann Reid.
And this is the People's State of the Union.
Good night, everybody. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Good night.
And thanks to the Midas Touch and MoveOn.org.
I thought they were showing the crowd.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Because I know you guys get shit all the time and treat us terrible. And I want you to know how much we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you for all your hard work.
He told Rachel Maddow prior to the speech, it should not be business as usual. And the former Democratic strategist in me is like, yes, they have to understand the moment. Look, I've talked to a lot of folks over the last couple of days and weeks, and what keeps coming back is that Democrats writ large, from particularly on Capitol Hill, they are playing they are playing it safe, for lack of a better term, because they don't want any unforced errors, because they want to get to the midterms. They want to get the gavel so they can do the work. What I have said to people privately, you know, as I'm talking to them, and I'll say it publicly because y'all know me, I tell it like the TI is that the voters, and particularly the Democratic Party, Party voters, they are not going to reward timidity in this moment. The voters want to know that their elected representatives understand the moment. And I am not saying, like, the Democrats have the right policy for this moment. This isn't a policy issue. This is if you understand the energy you need to bring to the moment issue. And people should continue to, you know, we're going to be on a live stream about 2 more minutes, and then we want y'all to go over to MS Now because we'll be on TV. And we're going to talk to Ken Martin tonight around 12:15 Eastern Standard Time. Ken Martin is going to be on with me, Michael, and Alicia, and we're going to ask him about this. Not saying Ken Martin didn't pick Abigail Spanberger,
but there's a question.
The energy has to be there because the voters, they are in the streets.
They get it.
They get it. They understand. And you are not going to take back the House and think you could just go business as usual and pass one little energy bill. They want radical change because they've seen what this president and this government has done in a short amount of time.
Guys, you know who does seem to understand that the Democratic Party, whether you're talking about the base or the people online or whomever, wants some energy is Al Green. Let's go ahead and go to SOT 1.
The congressman, not the song, not the
yes, to be very clear, the congressman. Renee, let's play this SOT of Al Green leaving these chants of USA earlier today.
Now, Al Green in the chamber. He has a sign. The sign he is holding up. Pull up the sign again. He was removed within the first 5 minutes, to be clear.
Black people aren't apes.
Black people aren't apes, in reference to the video. He understood the energy. Do we have the clip of Ilhan Omar and
who was the congressman that tried to grab the poster from his hand? What a shameful congressman. What a shameful congressman that he tried to grab that poster from Al Green's hands. Disgusting.
And I want to add to this because this is the same thing with what we saw happen with Al Green last time when he was censured.
Yeah.
And I know this is, you know, I'm coming from a very serious political science perspective that we can all understand. If I get kicked out of the club and my friends don't leave with me, you're not really my friends. Okay, the fact that this guy can get removed and that the Democrats didn't all collectively get up and leave with him is one of the problems that the public sees in general. He was carrying a sign that was telling the truth. The man who was about to speak just put up a meme presenting the last president and his wife as apes. It wasn't provocative. It wasn't incendiary. It was the truth. And he was removed. And no one in that party stood up for him. And again, this goes to what we were saying before about the governor's
other
speech.
races
It was a
is
very
different
good speech.
animals
I will
too.
say again,
Like, who gives a
intellectually,
shit,
it was
dude?
perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But I need Braveheart. I need Maximus before we go into the arena. I need Joan of Arc. I need the speech before the final contest and Pitch Perfect, right? I need something that's going to make me, as Eamon said, not just get up off the couch, but run through a wall to save this
I've got something for you, because while Abigail Spanberger's speech might not make it to the TikTok and to social media breakthrough in the non-political group chats, I will tell you what will. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib today during the State of the Union. Listen to this.
Yep.
We don't have the sound here, but what's happening
here we go. Here's the sound. We've got sound.
No.
We don't have sound.
That's okay. So she's yelling, her and the president yelling back and forth. Him, isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself for not standing up. And she's yelling back to him, you should be ashamed. And I think...
No, she also said, you killed Americans. You killed Americans. She was very clear. And this came after the president denigrated and put a target on the backs yet again, on the back of Somali Americans. And they had the camera on Omar, and it's like she just had to sit there. She's not going to take it, and that is the energy. Like, I'm fired up about this because that is the energy I think that folks need. We have audio. We're going to play it one more time because people need to hear this exchange.
Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities.
You killed Americans.
And Eamon, I think at the end of the day, so much of this is colored by the ways in which Donald Trump treats black and brown people in this country, right? And so it seems has always seemed that black and brown people, women, people in marginalized communities do understand the moment a little bit more than some other folks.
Absolutely, and honestly, let's not forget the fact that Ilhan Omar, the congresswoman, is also an immigrant. So she has like that trifecta of being a woman, an immigrant, a black woman, a Muslim woman, and she understands very well what it means to concede ground to an authoritarian dictator by her lived experience. So when she stands up there, she stands in that hall of power, shouting down the most powerful man in the world and saying something that is factually correct. Its administration killed American people. That is a fact. We talked about this all during the State of the Union about who you humanize and who you not, and who do you dehumanize, right? And the president brought out all of these victims, people who had suffered at the hands of migrants and others, to advance his agenda. And he wants to humanize those people. But Alex Preddy, Renee Nicole Good, they are the domestic terrorists in America. Why? Because they want to reject his agenda. And so what you need from the Democratic Party right now are people who speak to that moment. People who speak to that very reality that we're all living through on a daily basis. Not to come out here and just kind of sugarcoat it and go through the talking points, but to tell me, what are you going to do when you take over in the midterms? What are you going to promise me that's going to get me off of the couch and go vote for you in the midterms? Are you going to, and I didn't hear anything from this, again, not a critique, but I wanted to hear Abigail Spanberger tell me, we're going to release every Epstein file. We are going to expand the Supreme Court. We are going to unmask all these ICE agents and get to the bottom of who killed Renee Good and who killed Alex Preddy. Tell me these specifics. Tell me these specifics right now, from now until the midterms, so that every single day I get the message about affordability. That's great. I want to hear it. I want you to tell me how you're going to make my life better economically, socially, politically. I want to know what you're going to do for justice for the women of the Epstein files and for Renee Good's family and for Alex Preddy's family. Tell me about that.
Amen Mohadeen with the drop in the mic. With that, we're going to end this live stream.
Thank
Amen
you
Mohadeen,
both.
Thank you so much. Jason Johnson, professor at Morgan State University. For all of you who have stayed with us, whether you're related to us or not, we know our families are close.
Yes. Can I just say, I appreciate doing this with you.
Yes.
I've been spending a lot of time with you as of late. It's just okay.
A lot of time in the car.
But I think that these are necessary moments. These are necessary times, and people are looking for ways to just understand what is going on with the little, you gotta find humor where you can, child, because we gotta laugh to keep from crying out here, because it's heavy. But I think I like you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for your time. And all of you that hang with us, it's also about finding community. A place that we like to spend some community is with Clock It, our podcast. On Thursday, it will be up for you to listen wherever you listen to your podcast.
New episode
with Mark Lamont Hill.
Yeah, Mark Lamont Hill will be our guest. We're going to get into all the things. We're also going to get into the BAFTAs, because you're going to have to wait until Thursday to catch that. But thank you all so much for tuning in. I'm Simone Sanders Townsend.
I'm Eugene Daniels.
And you have been watching MS Now's live stream coverage of Donald Trump's first State of the Union of his second presidential term. We appreciate y'all. It's been a long haul. It was historic. And we'll see you shortly on the TV screen.
Now go to MS Now on TV right now.
We'll see you right now.
We'll be there very soon.
You guys gonna go?
Otherwise, they would chat more.
Where's Convoy Santa at, man? Gave up on everything, didn't he? Seen him lately. Last time I saw, he was like doing AI music. AI Jesus music.
I was threatened today with eggs.
We did 225 by 6, then we went back down to 205 by 6, 205 by 6, and 215 by 6. Then we did dumbbell lateral raise, 4 sets of 20 at 10. We did a reverse pec deck. So that's for the, not the fly, but the, reverse anyway. We did 100 by 10, 140 by 10, 160 by 10, and then 130 by 10. Tricep push down, 110 by 10, 120 by 10, 120 by 10. Then we did pec deck normal.
Just let me see your penis already. Yeah. I don't know. On there.
Feel like nobody does voter ID. 36 states have some form of day of voting voter ID. And the Help America Votes Act requires federally, if you register to vote, you have to have a driver's license, a bank statement, a utility bill, or something that matches your address to register to vote. There are protections in our system. Non-citizen voting is not rampant. Again, not me. The Conservative Heritage Foundation has tracked this for 20 years. So that is a preemptive way to try to poison the well. It is false. And I haven't written the book about this, but I have written a book about this. And I take this very seriously because it's at the core of participation and belief in the verifiable results that follow.
And he has said other things as well. Recently, he talked about the need to federalize elections. And when asked to clarify, he said, well, the states do it right now, but perhaps they shouldn't if they don't do it correctly. And ultimately, after many more rounds of questioning about what exactly he meant by nationalizing elections, he started talking about the SAVE Act. But it's not just the mechanism of the election that he is trying to shape already. He is setting low expectations for the midterms. And he has done this now for several months to say, for some reason beyond me, and perhaps it's psychological, I can't explain it, but the incumbent always loses. So he is setting himself up for a loss because he's well aware of his polling numbers. He's well aware of how his message may not be resonating. And that is precisely why he is so fired up, to Robert's point, and why much of this speech was an argument for another 3 years. Because if the Republicans lose control of Congress, the president's entire legislative agenda is null.
Yeah, well, it was a Super Bowl-like evening for people who follow politics very closely. They may want to go to ChatGPT and ask them to write an email to their boss, because you'll be coming in late if you made it all the way to 11:41 now. I do thank all of our viewers and all of you here for guiding us through this. I appreciate it. Weijia, Major, Bob, and Margaret, Nicole, and Caitlin Huey-Burns as well, and Kelly O'Grady. It's been a wonderful time this evening.
Do you feel that this met that moment, or were you trying to react in a different way?
Well, I did not get permission, and I did not ask for permission. I think that when you have a president who will call members of Congress lunatics from the floor of the House of Representatives, you've got to deal with that. And you can't deal with it from afar, in my opinion. I don't begrudge anyone else for the methodology that they utilize to deal with this moment. And I was doing what my conscience dictated, and I assumed that they would do a similar thing. But the president, I am told, I didn't hear it, but I'm told he said some disparaging things tonight about members of Congress. We cannot allow this to continue. If you tolerate it, you perpetuate it, you normalize it. We're living in a highly abnormal circumstance, and we have to stop it. And you're not going to stop it, in my opinion, by not confronting it. So I went there to confront the President of the United States of America and let him know that his behavior is unacceptable. People around him tell him what he wants to hear. Someone has to tell him what he needs to know. This was a needs-to-know moment for the President, and sometimes on some issues, it's just better to stand alone than not stand at all. Rosa Parks was alone when she took the seat on that bus that ignited a spark that perpetrated and perpetuated a civil rights movement.
Look at the state of public transportation at the moment.
Birmingham jail. He reminded us that on some issues you have to do that which is neither safe nor politic nor popular. You do it because it's right. This was the right thing to do.
Last year, during the president's joint address, you also were escorted from the chamber at that moment. This year, this was the choice that you made to make your feelings known. Does it feel to you that those messages get across, or is it, really kind of hoping to have moments like this where you can explain your thinking? I mean, do you think the president is really seeing and hearing you and understanding where you're coming from, or is it something different than that for you?
Well, I do these things. I've done them for a multiplicity of reasons. One is we have to let posterity know that when we had racism emanating from the presidency, that we took a stand. Those who look through the vista of time upon this time have to see that there were people who stood up. Just as when I look back upon the civil rights movement, there were people who stood up. John Lewis and I were very good friends. We went to jail together protesting, and he told me you have to get in the way. So tonight I did what he would call
Texas, by the way.
I got into good trouble by
representative.
standing in the way, by getting in the way. I didn't raise my voice at the president. I didn't raise my hand. I in no way tried to indicate that I would harm him physically. I wanted him to get a message, and I think that he got the message, and that was very important. And it's the kind of thing that I did with intentionality. This was not spontaneity.
Very soon, there are elections taking place in your home state. What are you looking for in terms of what's coming up in the primary elections in Texas, and how do you feel about your party overall headed into the midterms this year?
Well, I'll make that a two-part question. I'll deal with the party and I'll deal with myself. I think the party has an opportunity to do something that has taken us decades to accomplish, and that is elect a person statewide who is a Democrat in Texas. I think it can happen. That's part one. Part two, as it relates to me, I don't know that I'll win the election. I have $1.5 million being spent to remove me from office. That's a lot of money. And they're spending it in a Democratic primary, but it's Republican money. The paradigm has shifted, at least as it relates to me. They're using Republican money to support a Democrat in a Democratic primary to remove me from office. The president had them to draw my congressional district out of existence with the number 9, so I'm now in an 18th congressional district. But these things are they're secondary or tertiary or quaternary. They're not primary. This is things that can happen. What is happening to people in the long term will be these displays of bigotry and hatred that can cause us to roll back the clock. I remember when I had to go to the back door to get my food, when I had to drink from a filthy colored water fountain, when people were calling me names with impunity, when I had to step off the sidewalk to let other people pass. I'm old enough to remember these things. Longevity provides certain benefits in terms of how you view the future and the present because of past actions.
Any place you go where there's a massive amount of black people, think the cruise lines, think shitty airlines. It's fucking nerve-wracking. It's like, damn, might pop off any second now. These fuckers seem all rowdy.
I just think that we have to take this stand. And I'm proud to do what I've done. I'm not ashamed of what I've done.
I think we should roll back some of the civil rights movement.
Consequences in deciding to do it.
Congressman, thank you so much for your time tonight. We really appreciate you.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Thank you, sir.
I think we let a little too much.
Al Green of Texas, and we will be bringing you more reaction to the speech here shortly. Back soon.
Ellis, and happy. Oh, and over. Yep. That's it, y'all. I gotta go do kitty stuff. Gotta give Simon his medication now. And
Hey there, and welcome back again. I am here with Sagar Magani. Sagar, we have heard from several members of Congress who have.
Thought it was that funny looking guy in Congress. Right there. Hanging out, everybody. See you again on the next one. Alright. This is vagina cream. Oh, never mind. Here. You know, this is vagina cream. Get it at Trump RX for much less than the $473 that it normally costs for the vagina cream. Only $236 per tube. Good vagina cream. Best. I mean dick cream though, guys. I'm sorry. In the future. A little biased. Seems a little sexist. Seems a little something. Seems a little. I feel like we're being left out, fellas. We need to talk to Trump. Dick cream on there. I want expensive dick cream. I want $500 dick cream. I want it to be worth more original price than the women vagina cream. Why not? Why wouldn't we have better cream? Penis enlargement cream that really works. Oh yeah, I gotta go. Bye. Found it. There it is. All right. Hey. Oh yeah. Thanks again, dog. And Ted Thomas. Thanks again, guys. Alright. Bye now again. Second. Sweet dreams.